All right, everybody, we are live. Can everybody see me and hear me? So we did have one move already this morning. Brady Russell is re-signed, so I'm just going to go ahead and knock that out now while we're gathering up here. Okay. All right, everybody, what is going on? Good morning. We're just getting underway. I turned on the stream a couple of minutes ago, so things are just kicking off here. But we actually had a move from the Seattle Seahawks before the stream was even turned on, so I'm going to go ahead and cut the video now just to talk about it for a moment. And it may not sound like too big of a deal, and on some level, I guess it's not, but this does kind of go well with the things that were done yesterday. The Seahawks re-signed Brady Russell, fullback, linebacker, special teamer, tight end, a bunch of different stuff. However you want to qualify him as a player. Oh, excuse me. He is back. He did not get the tender, so we don't know exactly how much money he got. We do know it's a 2-year deal. Don't know if it's less than the tender or more than the tender, but obviously Brady Russell, mostly a special teamer, not the kind of player that you would expect to be getting a big contract or anything like that. You're probably looking at a couple $1,000,000. He is one of our most valuable special teamers. He is one of our favorites. So I could see some justification of giving him a little bit more than you might expect, especially because, say what you will, he does provide some depth as a fullback, linebacker, tight end, et cetera, et cetera. And there is something to be said for that. But it's yet another move designed to help shore up the special teams of the team that had the best special teams in football last year. So can't argue with it. Doesn't cost us a comp pick. Wanted Brady Russell back. Hopefully it's at the right price. He's not old yet, by the way. This isn't a Nick Bellore situation where Bellore was getting older at the end there. This guy's still relatively well aged, so no concern there. And I believe that's really all there is to say. So maybe there's a decision being made on Derek Young, whether or not we want to bring him back. I know we have one or two other outgoing free agents that we haven't made a decision yet on, because now everybody who was restricted is now unrestricted, but nothing that's going to be a particularly big deal. So Brady Russell, welcome back. Again, don't know the money. Maybe if the money's ridiculous, I would have objections here, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So Brady Russell back in Seattle, 2-year deal. Welcome back. Um, let's see what else happens later today, guys. It's possible not a lot, possible pretty chill. I did see one thing interesting earlier today, though. Somebody said, I think it was Hawk Blogger, that the comp pick game turns off after the draft. I thought it was June 1st, but apparently, according to him, it's after the draft, which would change things pretty significantly. So I'll try to figure out what the truth is there, because that would change things a little bit. That means you have to wait a lot less longer in order to start signing some guys. So we got that going on, but welcome back, Brady. See you guys soon. Go Hawks. All right, guys, welcome back. Where do you think Russ going to end up in as a backup? I don't think he's not going to be a backup Yanko. He's too. I don't think he. I don't think he would be willing to be a backup. Do a bit on projected comp picks. I did that video the other day. I don't think anything's changed. Oh yeah, the Chris Stoll money. What was it? 3.1 basically? I think it was about 3.1. Mitchell got way too much money. Like, I'm sorry, I know he's talented. Keaton Mitchell getting that amount of money is absurd. The guy cannot stay healthy at all. No, Russ to the Jets doesn't make sense. They want to win now. They're going in. Russ needs to go to a team that is terrible and has no ambition of being anything this year and just is willing to let him waste everyone's time. No, Rock, man, it's still likely a 4th and 3/5. Hey, Chris. What running backs do I like? I made a series of videos a couple weeks ago going over the linebackers that I liked. They're I'm sorry, the running backs. You can go check those videos out if you want to see what I think. But Mike Washington is probably the most fun. Goal was 2.9. Right. Okay. I know it doesn't matter, but we did get Stoll for less than I thought. I thought Stoll would be like market setting for a long snapper, but not that close actually. Although it's only saving like a couple 100,000 a year. Yeah, Brisker's really good. I don't know if we need him, but Brisker would start over Okada all day. That's an easy one to me. All right. Oh yeah, and Jacob Martin signed with the Texans. Jacob Martin, our old buddy. Keep getting them checks. I think Harrison Smith's going to retire. I don't know if he'd be willing to be a backup. He's been so good in his career. I would imagine somebody like that is like, I want to play or I want to retire. Like Wilson. That's why I don't think Wilson will accept being a fullback on the face of it. I saw Al-Quadin Mohammed was visiting with the Buccaneers. Would you get Josh Sweat? Is he available? I'd love to go get Jarek Reed back, but I don't know if you can. Oh, trade for him? It's not a terrible idea, but I don't know if it's a possibility. Arizona probably wouldn't trade him in the division. Yeah. I mean, if Harrison Smith just wants to jump on a team to ring hunt, then maybe, but in my experience, those guys typically at least want to play a decent amount. You think Crosby failing his physical was fake news by the Ravens? Well, he probably did fail his physical, but the issue is that I feel like everybody knew he was going to fail a physical. He just had surgery. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, sure, but it's not surprising. It shouldn't have changed anything. Hold on, guys. There's a fucking fly over there. I'm going to try to kill it. Hold on. Ugh. There were two of them, and I got both. Yeah, I saw the Al-Quadin Mohammed thing. So I'd appreciate if somebody signed him because I don't want his name bleeding over into the chat, which it will be soon if the top players get signed. So I guess nobody really thinks Daniel Falele is very good. I'd be very surprised if Charbonnet is ready for opening day. And I would at least hope that we're not expecting it. All right, so the cap hit for Stoll next year is 1.4. 15th average annual value for long snappers. So that's actually good. Not that it's impactful, but yeah, Ethan, I mean, Darnold's going to get a lot of money in a year, and not much we can do to prevent it. Maybe we're not going to be willing to play that game. I don't know, but I think at a certain point you have to. Six months? I mean, that's a lot. Yeah, I heard about the Ebiketti thing. It makes some sense, and I think that could work. I don't mind it. I'm cool with it, especially with the way these edges are getting paid right now. I have never played Slay the Spire. I don't actually know very much about it, to be perfectly honest with you. Hmm. Draft scouting is going fine. I'm not super deep into it yet. It's also kind of boring because it's not a good class, but we still got to find good. There are going to be good players. Hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised Grenard hasn't been traded yet. Feels like that should be punched in. Makai Lemon ran a 4.540. Decent. Cardinals re-signed Starling Thomas. Dre Greenlaw got released. Cardinals re-signed Starling Thomas. He's like a depth depth corner. I remember him a little bit. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why they cut him though. Greenlaw played pretty good last year, and he was part of a defense that played really well last season. I don't understand. They don't even save that much money, and they're not using their money anyway. Maybe they're planning a Justin Jefferson trade or something. I don't know if Geno Stone was ever good. Who did we just resign? Brady Russell. Nicholas, that seems to be the feel here, yes. Yeah, guys, don't pay attention to blitz. I think Cody White probably comes back. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I definitely know Nicholas Singleton. I didn't know he was that fast. That would be a surprise. That would be pretty compelling if he's that fast. I don't know if he's that fast on a field, though. Yeah, Derek Young's out there, too. Yeah, Derek Young is unsigned. I want him back, but he can't stay healthy. There's no way they're going to give him enough money to get a comp pick, though. In order to get a comp pick, they have to get paid a certain amount, and Derek Young's done nothing to earn that. Tony Dungy will not be back with Football Night in America. Tony Dungy's time is over. Excuse me. So, end of an era. No more Tony Dungy on Football Night in America. Broncos hiring Willie Snead. I can't say I really think anything about that. Don't know what to think. Josh Sweat requested a trade. Well, Arizona wouldn't trade him to us, right? That's the issue. Never forget that Tony Dungy voted Bobby Wagner for league MVP in 2014, which was probably Bobby Wagner's worst year because he missed 5 games with an injury. Never forget. Now, what might happen? What if the Eagles trade for Josh Sweat and then they don't go after Grenard, so we can go get Grenard? That's something that could be interesting. I think that most people would be on board with that. Let me get the mic a little bit closer to my mouth so you guys, it's a little bit louder. Still no money on Jones? I haven't seen anything, no. Apparently, but a Sweat wants to get traded. That's all I can say, though. Orlando Brown got extended, but he wasn't a free agent, so not really relevant to our considerations. I mean, if Joe Mixon's healthy, you can sign him, but I don't think he's ever going to be healthy. Yeah. I mean, Malik is still going to be one of the cheapest veteran QBs in football. He might be the cheapest starting quarterback anyway, so it is what it is. Does a trade affect our comp picks? No. That's one of the reasons why sometimes trading's better. Yeah, Greenlaw would not affect a comp pick either because he got released, but I don't think we get anything from Greenlaw. I think that Greenlaw is probably just an off-ball linebacker. We don't really need that, especially not one that's already a veteran. Too bad Chubb got snatched up. Mm. You're not talking about Nick, right? You're talking about Bradley? Because I didn't see Nick Chubb get signed. Mm. Yeah, I think Achan's a better player than Walker overall. They're a little bit different. Is there a running back better than K9 in the draft? Yeah, one, but you're not going to be able to get him.
Of those players recently cut, is there anyone you would be interested in?
Thank you, Toby Cook, for the, what is that? I think that's €5. Of the players recently cut, is there anyone you would be interested in? Off the top of my head, not really. Um, yeah, Aaron Jones didn't get let go, so not him. I think Arroyo will be okay, but he's not going to get high volume. Yeah, I don't really see anybody who's been released recently that I would jump on. Nick Chubb would be all right as like a short-term replacement for Charbonnet. I don't think that's a bad idea. Maybe we can trade for Vidal. Yeah, maybe. I don't know a ton about Vidal, but I could see something like that. We need corner help. What about Diggs on a 1-year prove-it deal? Diggs doesn't really fit us. He's basically Woolen except injuries. Yeah, Aiden Dirty could definitely get a get a head coaching job if we have another elite defense this year. Martinez was released and he's not on the team anymore. I think we're probably going to end up losing one comp pick, but that's it. And it's one comp pick. Oh yeah, the Keaton Mitchell signing. I'll put that on the board. It seems like way too much money for a guy who just can't stay on the football field. Like, I wanted him too, but that doesn't really make sense to me. If it's possible to trade for Myles Garrett, then yeah, I think you should do it, but I feel like it's impossible or virtually impossible. I think we're gonna wait and see if the price on Crosby goes down. Eagles have redone their contract with Landon Dickerson. So Dickerson's gonna stick around, but the Eagles continue to overextend themselves. Hmm. 3-year, $30 million deal for Brisker. At this point, I think you don't even need to give that much. He's probably worth that, but I don't know if I would do that. You shouldn't need to. Oh, yeah, the NFC title game was the real Super Bowl. I don't see how anybody could argue otherwise. Hmm. No, I haven't looked at the Crimson Desert yet. Who are we extending this offseason? I think JSN and Spoon both get extended.
Just wanted to say hi. Any moves you're hoping to see today? RB shelves are pretty empty.
Hey, Nolan. I guess the move I would like to see at this point would probably be the Ravens releasing Marlon Humphrey. The 2027 draft looks very, very good. Which is one of the reasons why we're doing things the way we're doing things right now. And I can't really argue against it. We're not going to trade for Christian Gonzalez, guys. Come on. Let's trade for Patrick Mahomes while we're at it. Dre Greenlaw isn't an edge rusher. He's an off-ball linebacker, so no, that wouldn't work. At this point, I feel like we're better off waiting until after the comp stuff is over. The comp pick game is over before signing a running back because there are several running backs left and none of them are really all that stand out. Now, Eddie, I would say both. I gotta take the Browns to the Super Bowl, guys. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I don't think anything happened when I was gone. What if we trade the Cowboys for Donovan Izaraku? Why would they trade him? I thought he played pretty good for them. I don't think they'd trade him. Oh, wow. Oh, Broncos fans are about to flip out, guys. If you know a Broncos fan in real life, now is the time to give them a call and let them know that you're there for them. Denver just re-signed little Jordan Humphrey. No, Love is not going to fall that far. Love is probably going to go to the Titans, honestly. Apparently, Ayuk's not going to get cut for a while. Little Jordan Humphrey. That's wild, man. I don't feel bad for Broncos fans at all, but I'm getting there. What do you think about Greenlaw? I don't think he does much for us. Trading up to get Love would be like 3 first-round picks, where it's not going to happen. Yes, trades do not impact comp picks. That's significant here. No, thank you. It's just a running back. Apparently, Ayuk's not going to get released for a while. They're going to, like, make this a pain in the butt for him. Would you be upset if we got Bosa? I wouldn't be upset. I would feel like it's not a great fit. Rutgers is going to hire Mike Sullivan as senior offensive assistant. Greg Schiano apparently is still at Rutgers. Huh. I forgot Greg Schiano was still coaching football. I guess he's been pretty good for them compared to what Rutgers typically is. Price in the second or third round's reasonable. I don't hate that. Broncos promote Chris Morgan to offensive line coach. So we're not getting free agency moves yet, but we are getting some movement around the league. Yeah, I mean, we're probably not going to pay JSN until we get to June, and that's fine. That's just not how we do things, but it is a little bit scary because Puka could get paid anytime. Mm-hmm. Looking like a chill day so far, people. Clowney and Cam Jordan sign. I mean, I think you are going to have to sign a couple different guys to put this together. Naro Zaru. No, CD Woods. I don't think that's how it works. Who is left that could push our comp picks down? I guess Jawan Jennings, right? Maybe Bosa, but I don't know how much Bosa is going to get at this point. I still think Jennings could get about 20 million though, so that's worth monitoring. Looks like Drake Thomas got married. They're posting about it on Maine. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's exactly it, CD Woods. That's what I feel like is going to happen here. We're waiting. Quite a few, Eddie. Like Clowney's, I think, chief there. Yeah, I would pick JSN over Puka. I don't know how good Puka would be outside of McVay's system. Yeah, man, things are slow right now. Dante Fowler is an interesting sleeper, too. Yeah, okay, Brady Russell. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the running back situation looks like in 2027, and even if I did, it would change so much over the next year. But let's see what the big boards have. So the top running backs in the 2027 draft, according to the database, Ahmad Hardy, Nate Frazier, Mark Fletcher, LJ Martin, Justice Haynes, Raleek Brown, Darius Taylor, and Bryson Washington. So we'll see how that shapes up. I know some of those guys, not all of them. I don't think we can get Josh Sweat because I don't think Arizona will trade him in the division. But what might happen is that Josh Sweat might get traded to Philly, and then Philly is going to be out on Grenard, and then we can go get Grenard. All right, Commanders re-sign Trent Scott. I think they want Robinson, but didn't want to lose a 5th-round comp pick to sign him. Yeah. And there's no hurry necessarily, right? If you lose Brian Robinson, it's really not that big of a deal, right? It's like, it's Brian Robinson. The Eagles are overextending themselves because they got to win now. Before long, they'll be completely hosed. At least for the moment, they still have their window. So they got to, their thought process is, let's just think about right now. And if we get completely hoped later, it's fine. Yeah, I saw the Makai Lemon things. Speed is not really his game. That's 4-5 for him is fine. If the Seahawks don't make it, which quarterback do you want to see win it most? Uh, Caleb Williams. I would be okay giving up the 2 firsts for Crosby. I hate giving up the first next year because next year's draft will be good, but I would do that. Apparently, Jonathan Hankins has retired. And he also says he does not think DeMarcus Lawrence will retire. So that's good. I mean, you're probably right, Jordan, but they have to try, right? They're obligated to try because they're screwed in a couple years no matter what. You doing a stream tomorrow? Yeah, I'll do a stream tomorrow. I'll be annoyed if some of these bigger names don't come off, though. Like, that's the whole point of me doing these streams. Most of the big names are out by the time we're done, but you've still got Bosa, Valele, Brisker, Ebby. Like, there's still guys that I didn't think would be available at this point. Like, it's one thing for guys like Clowney and Miller to be available because they probably don't wanna partake in camp, but and, I'd even say the same about Bosa. Bosa may not wanna participate in camp, but, Falele's young, Brisker's relatively young, Ebiketti's young. Yeah, the Geno stuff is interesting. Hopefully, he has a good time there, man. That Jet situation is not the worst thing in the world. Brisker would be a good replacement for Kobe. We probably don't need to do it, but I'm not against it. Yeah, Claiborne is like a poor man's K9, I think. That's not a bad idea. He's K9, but worse. What's the upside with Falele? He's big and athletic, but he's a lot like Bradford, honestly. I think the upside is he's a little bit more talented. Hmm. No, Bosa doesn't really defend the run much anymore. I don't think. I think Mixon's done. Yeah, Crosby's. Well, yeah, Crosby's contract isn't that bad, and Linderbaum got overpaid, so yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe not anymore. I don't know how expensive Brisker would be at this point. Oh, dude, that coffee is doing nothing for me. Ah, man, what is going on? That coffee. For now, Crosby staying in Vegas, it can change quickly. Yeah, so far in power. I think people are a little checked out. I think there's some I don't know, some Seahawks fans are disappointed right now because they thought we'd go a little bit crazier. But I don't know. I'm having a hard time seeing it that way. Now, it's not up to Crosby. If the Raiders get an offer they like, I'm sure they're still willing to trade him. Mm. Yeah, I don't think we need a receiver. I'd be very surprised if we invested in a receiver. Maybe we bring back Derek Young or something. Or Cody White. And Cody White would be fine too. So I'm not really thinking about receiver at this point. Yeah, I think we need another safety, but that safety could be gotten in UDFA for all I know. Like, it's not that big of a deal. There are 2 receivers named Bell in this draft that I know of, Jeff. I think you could get a 3rd round pick from Milrow in this draft. I don't know if we're really looking to move him though. That could be a circumstance where you want to see what happens there. Bolton Hood would be the dream. That might be overly ambitious, but I do like that idea. How much sleep did I get? I haven't been sleeping very well lately. Just going to go ahead and admit that. It's been rough. If we get Geno Stone, he better be cheap, cheap, man. Come on, let's get something big, man. I mean, like, not that I want him, of course, but let's get Jawan Jennings off the board. Lattimore for depth. No, I'm trying to do a little better than that. Yes, in power. I think that might be true, but I'm not sure. Finley probably won't break out this year because he won't play enough, but if he can be a good special teamer, then that's fine. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't fit the Shanahan offense, I don't think. Brisker Colts? I don't see anything yet. Okay, guys, be right back. All right. Mike Evans, welcome to San Fran. Oh my goodness, today's a slow so far, guys. We're almost 2 hours in. Yeah, some people are saying we should trade for Vidal, and maybe. I assume it would be super cheap. Wait, is Adam Sandler actually 70 years old, or is this tweet a meme? Yeah, we'll see in Power. Okay, that tweet was a meme then. All right, that makes sense. Any update on what the offensive coach wants? I mean, we're not going to hear him say it, but we'll infer it based on what we get. Hmm. Would love to get Epiketti or Pascal. How good is Josh Pascal? I don't know much about him. I think Epiketti would be decent as long as it's for the right price. I don't know much about Pascal, though. I don't think he's even on my list, now that I think about it. Will we get a running back in free agency to run with Helani? We must be getting somebody. There's no way we're not going to get anybody. Like, I refuse to believe, even if it's somebody on a really low level, we're going to get somebody. Juwan Jennings is asking for too much. Eventually somebody's going to give it to him. We're definitely not going to trade up to get a running back, and I don't think we trade up for an edge. John Schneider, I don't think John Schneider is a trade up in the first round kind of guy. I think that's not his thing, especially in this draft. Although I would make an argument it'd be better to trade up in this draft because it's weak, and if you trade up, you get somebody who might actually be close to a blue chipper. But hey, Silver Ace, what's up? I don't think that's how John Schneider rolls. Who replaces Mafe? Probably some free agent, but we're not going to find out for a while. Could we possibly get Alvin Kamara? I don't think Kamara has much left. I think it's a pretty good trade for the Niners, Silver Ace. Odigizou is good. And the thing is, like, I think it's just a matter of the Cowboys not wanting to trade for him. Favorite free agent running back left is probably just because I think he's the objectively best running back left, White. I don't think he's the best fit, but I think he's the best player. NFLPA, that's the Players Association, right? Raheem Mostert, I mean, he's old. I don't hate it, but he is old. Yeah, Keaton Mitchell's gone, guys. Oh, Chiefs signed Cater Kohu, cornerback from the Dolphins. Don't know who that is. He missed all of last season with a knee injury, so that makes sense. Trey Hendrickson has officially signed his deal with the Ravens. I don't know. A lot of these smaller contracts we don't get details on until much later. It's not that surprising, but it is annoying. I want to know what's going on with Jones. Well, Nwosu's not gone for the moment, and maybe he won't be. Maybe we don't need that money. No, he's not a free agent. We could release him, but so far we haven't yet. Okay, there's the PR tweet. Brady Russell. I would certainly do that, Corey. I would do it. I don't know if the Raiders would, but I would sign me up for that. $40 million a year, that's a big ask. I mean, if the player's worth it, the player's worth it. That's how I feel. There were some expensive players on most teams that are good. So you just have to decide if it's worth it or not. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I don't think the Raiders are a playoff team yet either. Did you grift talking about Reek? I mean, I know what he thinks of Reek, of course. I don't know what you mean specifically. Anybody from Hawaii getting picked up other than the QB going to the Colts? I don't know. I don't think so. Do you think JSN is worth more than 40 million a year? I don't know if he's worth more, but I'm also not interested in grandstanding over a tiny bit of money with a guy like him. I mean, I know why Griff says that. I don't think Woolen can be as good as somebody like Sertan because of the extracurricular stuff you have to think about. But what I do agree with is that Woolen was elite, like the best of the best in coverage. And you're not going to be able to just replace him with anybody. Cap space 40 million. I do wonder if we just let a ton roll over at this point. It's not the worst idea in the world as much as it will feel very lame if we fall short of the Super Bowl, and it would have felt like spending a little more money would have gotten us there, but the market really got carried away. Like other than maybe like Algier, what else could we have done? Like I like Mitchell. I'm not giving him over 5 million a year. Well, in power, I mean, it's complicated, right? Witherspoon is going to cost 31 million a year. Eman Wari, when his time comes, and I know that's not going to be for a little while, is going to be probably like 35 million a year. How much can you really spend on corners? So that's part of it. And unfortunately for Woolen, another element in here is he was not good in the playoffs. The Rams kicked his ass. He was like the only defender to give up much of anything against the Patriots. So even that coverage stuff rings a little hollow right now because of the last two games. Oh, most divisions have good receivers, and Devontae Smith isn't that good. He's good, but let's not go too far. And Terry McLaurin's not that great anymore either. He's a good receiver. That's it. Every division has some good receivers, so I don't know. That doesn't move me. Yeah, Reek is on the Eagles. That's the other thing too, actually. Now that I think about it. Mafe got 20 million because the edge rusher market's a little crazy right now. I don't think our corner situation's bad. We're just not insulated against injuries. Getting a running back would be nice just so we could calm down, but realistically, any running back we get at this point is not going to really move the needle. Yeah, I don't. The Kamara thing, I'm not into. I think the play might be Rashad White and Brian Robinson, and then you draft somebody, and then that's your stack. I'm sure, Nate. I'm sure we have plans for those guys, but there's only so much you can get there. Like, I don't think this. I don't think Halani's good enough to carry a significant portion of a run game that really needs to work. We're not the Mahomes Reed Chiefs who didn't care about running backs until really this season. What is the weak area on the Seahawks team that could cause an issue during the season? I think it's just the ability to run the ball mainly and then the ability to get outside pressure. Ooh, we got kind of a big one here. It's not Seahawks, don't worry. The Bengals are signing Jonathan Allen, 2 years, 26 million. Obviously not anything we were interested in, but Jonathan Allen is a former first round pick who is still pretty good. So that's significant. Or is it 28? I see 26. Now I'm seeing 28. Oh, max. Okay. Where do you get breaking news on contract information from? The reporters on X, mostly. Hmm. '49ers calling about Jordan Addison. Wow, they're really trying to win with this core, man. They really want to win with this core. Well, we didn't. It's not like we didn't get anything, Sophia. We're getting comp picks in all likelihood, and that's not nothing. A Braden Mann, 4 years, 14 million to return to Philly, the punter. Isn't that relatively close to what Dixon got? I think it is. I don't see anything about it though. I don't see it on X yet. I guess I could remove the ex Seahawks players, but it's not like there's any real point. Like, okay, I could do like that. But how did that really make anything better, right? Dwight Howard just retired? Wow. I thought he had retired a while ago. He was playing in the Philippines. Okay, there we go. Braden Mann. I see it now. Cool. That's got to be right there with Dixon, I think. Where'd you watch the Super Bowl at? At home. That's where I watch almost all games. Kylo Sanders. Oh yeah, Dixon doesn't have the record now. You're right. I forgot the punter for the Giants. How'd you become a Seahawks fan? Well, my dad was, and then we went to games together in 1996. Is Trey Flowers still in the league? I haven't seen him in a while, but I know he was on the Bengals when they went to the Super Bowl. No, I root for the Mariners. I root for the Huskies. I'll root for the Sonics when they come back. Hmm. No. I'm not really a hockey guy, but yeah, I'd rather the Kraken win than anything else. Peter Woods had his pro day. No, I don't have another channel for the Mariners. I don't talk about them that much. Sean Tucker is an interesting sleeper, but remember, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did tender him. So you'd have to give up something pretty significant to get him, and or at least non-trivial in terms of money, and I don't know. If it also costs you a comp pick, that's rough. No, I'm not going to get MLB The Show. I like MLB The Show, but I don't have time for it. Hmm. Hmm. How did you decide to start a Seahawks channel? Back in the day, there were a lot of Cowboys, Giants, Eagles fans that made YouTube channels talking about their favorite teams, and I decided it'd be fun to do mine, and then now it's kind of turned into this, basically. Do we have enough to trade for Brees Hall? I don't think we'd do that because we'd have to trade for him and then pay him, almost certainly. And I don't think we'd want to do that. Mm. Yeah, Keaton Mitchell's gone for way more money than I thought. Cardinals re-signed their long snapper, I guess. Yeah, I think we'll get Cody White back, but you could turn over the back end of your wide receiver room a little bit, and it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, Gary, that's kind of where I am now. And look, honestly, there is a part of me that does acknowledge repeating is hard, and maybe this team isn't really completely committed to repeating in the way that we might have preferred. But at the same time, look at what it would have cost to try. And then there's no guarantee it works. So I get it. Even though I don't know if this is the right thing to do compared to everything else, I get it. They keep retweeting the Brady Russell deal, and I keep thinking something new happened. Very annoying. No, Tool, we're definitely not mid. This team was the best team in the league last year, and we won the Super Bowl. We can lose some of these players and still be a very good team. This isn't like the Broncos, where the Broncos were already not that great last year, and they were very lucky to get where they got because of good luck and variance. And now they're refusing to get better at all. And they're probably going to win like 9 games this year. Like, I want us to go after Max Crosby. I want us to go after maybe Grenard. I want us to go after Achan, these top level guys, but I think it's a very different thing when you're talking about, oh, let's go get Joey Bosa. Let's go throw a bunch of money at a guy like Keaton Mitchell who hasn't really done anything except show some potential in the NFL that doesn't seem like it's going to necessarily amount to that much. So it's one of those things where it's like, I want to take the right big swings, and if the right big swings aren't there, I think it's okay to just kind of hope for the best. Mm, darn. Mm. I just don't think we'd get all that much out of Trey Hendrickson in this defense. So I don't want to say, well, we have to go get Hendrickson because we have a lot of money when I don't think that money's going to justify itself. But Crosby's different because I think Crosby's much better. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for a little bit here. Things are really quiet. I'll be back soon. All right, guys, I'm back. Wanted to see if I stayed away for a little while. Maybe something would happen. No, no. Dang, guys. Wish I had something for you. I feel like most free agency periods, even though sometimes the Seahawks aren't super involved, I feel like we usually get more action in a general sense. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. It is Thursday, in fairness. Oh, that one hurts a little bit. Oh, no. Okay, we got something. Unfortunately, it's not really what we were looking for. Commanders sign Rashad White. Okay, things get a little bit more thin here. I'm not going to lie, that one stings just a little bit. I wasn't a huge fan, but things are getting limited. I'm interested to see the money. Ooh, okay, Seahawks move. Seahawks move. Brandon Peely, 1 year, $2 million. I'm a little bit surprised we kept him, but 1 year, $2 million, nothing wrong with that. All right. Brandon Peely re-signed 1 year, $2 million. I don't know if there's really room for him on the active roster, to be honest. I'm not really sure what to think about that one. Because you've got Big Cat, you've got Mills, you've got Reed, you've got Murphy. Do you really have room for a fifth defensive lineman? He is kind of a nose tackle, but then again, it's like you're going to have to trim down somewhere else a little bit. Yeah, Peely's back. You got something. I'm not gonna cut a video about that. I don't. I think even like somebody like a Brady Russell is significantly more important than Healy, but it's notable. It's something. It's a move. Achan or Kamara. That's Kamara's got very little left in the tank, guys. So we're gonna carry 5 defensive linemen, I guess. The best running back left is Brian Robinson. And I know that's not all that sexy, but that's probably your guy. Brian Robinson, Michael Carter. Let me look here. Maybe Madison, Alexander Madison. I haven't been talking about him, but he's not without his charm. Amari Demercado is kind of intriguing, I guess. So now we know we don't need a nose tackle in this draft. Is Tucker still there? No, he was never really there. He got tendered. He was never really an option unless you're willing to outbid the Bucks. Achan is the one really fun play. Hmm. One sec. I don't think Cam Akers is under contract. It'd be easy to bring him back, though. All right, we officially re-signed Josh Jones. But we still don't know what the money is, so. Brian Robinson Jr.'s probably got a little bit more juice than Halani, but it's thin. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well, Chris Smith. That's probably the biggest news the Seahawks are going to get today. The DeMarcus Lawrence thing, and that's significant. But I would say that that's probably bigger than anything we're going to get. And that's a big deal. That's no small thing, but it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, D lost 3 years, but I doubt he plays the third year. Another thing that's notable, I think we need to extend Leonard Williams. He's on the last year of his deal. I think he's going to want a new deal. I wonder if that happens. What would you do at running back at this point? It does seem like Brian Robinson's going to happen, but I mean, at this point, it's almost like it doesn't matter that much because none of the guys left are that good. Like, there's Alexander Madison, there's Antonio Gibson, there's Nick Chubb. There's a bunch of guys, and they're all kind of equally good. Just go get one of them at some point, and what's the difference? Oh, oh, we got something, guys. Maybe. Rodney Thomas II, former Colt safety, signing with the Seahawks. Okay. I don't think I know who that is. Hold on. Ooh, Chris Johnson. That's a good one. But, wow, he had 4 interceptions in 2022. Started 15 games in 2023, but has played very little the last 2 years. He's listed as a linebacker. He went to Yale. Wow, he can do our taxes. Okay. Um, PFF grade was good last year, but it was a very small sample. 150 snaps for the Colts. Mhm. What's the money? It's probably basically nothing. Oh, Kenneth Gainwell got signed by Tampa. So he's off as well. I wasn't a big Kenneth Gainwell guy, but he was interesting. Let me check on something here. He's played every game in his career. He's never missed a game over the last 4 seasons. And he does do a decent amount. He played almost 300 special team snaps last year, so this has got to be a pure special teamer. Was the Colt safety cut from his team? I don't think so. No, I don't think he could have been because he was there 4 years. Test. All right, people, what's going on? Good afternoon. We are finally into hour 3 of the stream, and we're getting a little bit of movement here now. Things are happening. I know it's not big stuff. I know we're not seeing the big dominoes fall. The Seahawks seem a little bit sleepy. Let me start that over. 49ers planning on bringing Brian Robinson back. They don't use him. I don't know why. Like, what's the point? Come on, just let us have him. F off. All right, people, what is going on? Good afternoon. We're approaching the midpoint of the stream. Been kind of a sleepy day, not a lot going on. A lot of the signings that happen are very minor. It's been slow going, not a lot of people hanging around, not a lot of people with high expectations anymore. And I get it, but we did actually just get a couple of Seahawks moves. Several minutes ago, we got Brandon Peely got re-signed by the Seahawks. And I wasn't going to make a video about that, but I will mention it here because it did happen. 1 year, $2 million for Peely, which, okay, that's fine. I'm a little bit confused though. I guess we're going to carry 5 down linemen. because of Big Cat, Murphy, Reed, Mills, and now Peely. I don't know if we have the roster space to accommodate 5 defensive linemen. Now, I'm sure Peely only has a couple 100,000 guaranteed. You can cut him later, but I have to admit I wasn't really expecting I wasn't really expecting this just because of the room on the roster. I do think Peely's probably worth about $2 million. He was somebody who played a little bit last year and was at least fairly serviceable, but I don't know where that roster spot comes from. Hmm. So I'm not really sure what to say about that one exactly, but in the last couple of minutes, the Seahawks have finally signed an external free agent. It's a safety. It is Colts safety Rodney Thomas the second. And I know you guys might be thinking who, and believe me, I did too. So I did a little bit of research before I recorded this video. Rodney Thomas has been a safety on the Colts for the last 4 years. The first 2 years, he actually played a lot for them and was pretty decent. He had 6 interceptions in his first 2 seasons as a 7th round pick. So he was off to a really good start in his career. Last 2 years, he's barely played, and he's been a big special teamer for them. That's been basically what he's been. He's been a big part of their special teams over the last 2 years, plays most of their special team snaps, and that is probably what we're looking at here. We don't know the money, we don't know the contract yet, but I'm assuming Rodney Thomas comes in to be like your third safety and one of your special teamers because that seems to be his role right now, and he's played defense before, so it's not beyond the pale that he could be competent in that role again. And between him and AJ Finley, you're actually pretty well covered at that safety spot now. So, I mean, that's not a bad thing. I don't think there's anything objectionable about that. Obviously, it's not a big, flashy move that's going to make anybody excited the way maybe Jaquan Brisker would have. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like we're looking to play that game. Now, to my knowledge, Rodney Thomas will cost us a compensatory pick, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Maybe he's so cheap that he doesn't factor in. I'm going to have to see later. We don't even know how much money he got yet. So we're going to have to see that. But maybe this costs us a comp pick, maybe not. We'll see. But Rodney Thomas II is now a Seahawk. Welcome aboard. Let me know what you guys think about that, if anything. I know a lot of you guys might say I don't think anything of that because I don't know who that is. And you're not alone. Believe me, there's nothing wrong with feeling that way. But yeah, Rodney Thomas, former Colt, safety, special teamer, now a Seahawk. We will see what the contract looks like later. All right. Go Hawks. Still get another 4.5 hours on stream. Everyone have a good day. What was what, Empower? Garrick Reed replacement? Yeah. How much would he have to be to cost us a comp pick? I'm not sure, Brett. I'm not sure exactly how that works. Maybe it has to be at least 3 million. Maybe if he's less than that, it doesn't count. I don't actually know. Mm. Under 2 to 3 million in average APY. I would be very surprised if he costs more than under 2 to 3 million. I'm sorry, I would be very surprised if he costs more than that. There's nothing here that tells me he should be worth more than that. So we're probably good. So that's cool. If that is true, we are in good shape. R. Thomas, it's Rodney Thomas II, safety from the Colts, from Yale. Yeah, people are saying that veteran minimum doesn't count. So hopefully that's about where we are. It has to be like at least 2 million. Hmm. Thomas had a pre-draft top 30 visit with the Seahawks when he was in that draft. Wow, I didn't know that. I'd completely forgotten about that. Yeah, that's the thing that's appealing, right? He's never missed a game because of injury. Yeah, Kenneth Gainwell's gone. I don't know if I already had him off the board or not. Okay. I think I already had him off the board. I think I had already had that somewhere, but I'm not sure. No, he didn't start every game. He was available for every game, by which I mean he never got hurt. He has started one game combined over the last 2 years. But he's played in every game as a special teamer is what I'm trying to get at. So, the availability is there. Seems like we're just drafting a running back. I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough, man. I'm not saying we need anything great, but I need something that I know is at least NFL caliber. Travis Homer's a decent third down back, but that's about it. We're really trying to sew together like 3 different not very good running backs and hoping we get one good running back, so I mean, that's gonna happen no matter what. At this point, what's the difference, right? I just want a veteran because I want somebody who I know is NFL caliber. I don't want to get somebody I don't wanna depend on rookies and then we get to the season and find out they can't play. Probably Washington Jr. I feel like swinging a little bit hard here. I think Washington Jr. just has way more upside. One-year deal for Rodney Thomas. Not surprising. Let me get that up here. There we go. Still don't get why we didn't just get Algier. There's some people who don't think he's good. I'll say that. I don't. I don't know. So we're pretty much good at safety now, I think. It's not great, but we at least have the roster where we need it to be at safety. Is Kamara an option with good OL? I want something a little bit more better than that. I feel like even Nick Chubb would be better than that. Yeah, White went to the commies. Do we stay hopeful for Achane? I don't see why not. I would stay Crosby. I'd rather have Crosby. I just think edge rusher is way more important. Adam Randall does not make me think of Derrick Henry, but I do find him intriguing. We can't draft a day one starting running back. There are no day one starting running backs except for Love, who is going to be way gone. So that's not really the play. Day one isn't day. Okay, that makes more sense. And that's fine. It's just, can we get something to at least put our minds at ease at some point? And it doesn't have to happen now. It can happen even after the draft. I don't care. But I do think you need something that at the very least can be kind of sort of okay. What's the scouting report on the Thomas depth guy? He's been one of their top special teamers for a few years now. He's never missed a game to injury. He's played every game in his career. He's only started once the last two games. Seems like he's good in coverage when he does play, but he hasn't played very much the last couple of seasons. So it's fine. Especially if it's less than 2 million or 2.5 million or whatever it has to be. So we don't lose a comp pick. Okay, why are people butthurt about the statement from Ken Walker? I don't understand this fan base. We get so butthurt about stuff. I'm seeing people get super butthurt about what Walker said. What he said was not that bad. And even if he does have ill will, who cares? He won Super Bowl MVP for us. But he said something like, he was talking about the Chiefs, and he's like, it's so nice to feel appreciated. And Seahawks fans are looking at that and they're like, oh, we didn't, he's saying that we didn't appreciate him. And it's like, I mean, we didn't give him nearly as much money as Kansas City's giving him now. So, I mean, what's really wrong with that? And like, he's not saying anything bad about us. And maybe he does have a little bit of ill will because he just won Super Bowl MVP and now he's not getting re-signed by the team he won Super Bowl MVP for. And maybe that's not completely unreasonable, but I don't know. We do this sour grapes thing so much. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah, guys, the Milrow running back thing is funny, but it's not going to work enough for that to really like reduce anything. Do you think the Thomas contract is something like 1 for 2.5? I don't even know why it would be that high. Yeah, I agree. K9's not worth that money, but I don't know why we have to do the whole thing where we expect every former Seahawk player to never say anything positive about their new team because it might offend us. Nice. Yeah, Walker will probably get injured. That's been his whole career. And look, most running backs do. It's very rare you have a running back that makes it through a whole season. Apparently, DeMar Hamlin was teammates with Rodney Thomas Jr. in high school. Miles Killebrew signing with the Buccaneers. He's an all-pro special teamer, 1 year, 1.8 million. So if he, as an all-pro special teamer, only gets 1 year, 1.8, Rodney Thomas shouldn't really be more than that, right? Am I looking at that the right way? I don't know, Sean Hines. I don't get that sense. I think it was a mix. I think people were very split on the Charbonnet Walker issue. Mhm. Oh yeah, but we need Chubb for very, very little. We just need Chubb to like hold things together for a little bit while Charbonnet gets back. If I had to guess, Thomas is 1.6, 1.8. Yeah, something like that. We may not find out for a while, guys. That's one thing that's frustrating. A lot of these smaller deals, they just don't really get passed along. Yeah, it's not ideal, but it's a bad draft, and it's all we've always known it's a bad draft. So it's also one of those things where it's like, what else can you do? Ugh. I mean, I kind of understand that GT why they would do that. Like, we did lose a lot, not get a lot back. But I don't think, for one, I don't think we're anywhere near close to being done. And more importantly than that, what's the alternative? We were the best team in the league last year. We won the Super Bowl last year. We don't necessarily need to add on. And we're not like Denver. Like, Denver is a good team that I think is clearly not as good as teams like the Seahawks, the Rams, and this year with the way things are going, there are going to be teams in the AFC that I think are pretty clearly better than them. Probably a couple other NFC teams as well. They need to get better, and they're not. Like, it's different. Your NFL moves list should have a position tag as well. I thought about that. And for a lot of these guys, you're right. The only issue is I don't want to make it more cluttered than it already is.
JS knocked FA out of the park. Trust in JS. I think we are tied with PHI currently with 12 picks in next year's draft.
Yes, that's my understanding as well. I don't think we're going to lose a comp pick for Thomas. We might. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Okay, so they're saying that because Rodney Thomas hasn't played enough over the last 2 years, it probably will not cost a comp pick. Hmm. How does our offensive line have holes in it? What are you talking about? How does our offensive line have holes? Both our tackles are locked up. Gray Zabel still has 3 years left on his rookie deal minimum. Sundell is still here. We have all 5 starters from the offensive line that won the Super Bowl last year. What are we doing? What? Like running back, sure. Not defensive line. Our defensive line, if anything, has too many players. Maybe you're talking about edge. Okay, maybe. I could see that. Okay, so we've got one offensive lineman that we're not very happy about. Trust me, we are not alone there. I would have done a Brian Thomas trade before we re-signed Shaheed, but not now. Okay, did you not see how badly that Niners offense played against this defense last year? We are definitely better than the Niners still. The Niners have nothing on us until Brock Purdy proves he can beat the Mike McDonald defense with some consistency, and he hasn't done that. Thomas is a safety, but he's mostly a special teamer. And don't forget, the Niners lost Sala. That's not nothing. Oh, 49ers got Dre Greenlaw back. Super predictable. Just about the most predictable thing that's ever happened. 1 year, 7.5. As long as he's still good, and it seems like he is, cannot argue with that. All right. Niners get Greenlaw back. May as well. I think Greenlaw was good last year, but I'll admit I'm not sure. And there is a reason why the Broncos kicked him out. Oh, Rodney Thomas was the guy who picked off Russell Wilson when he was with the Broncos in that Thursday night game against the Colts. I forgot about that. Okay, that's who Rodney Thomas is. If Greenlaw's really good, I'm going to be very annoyed because the Broncos did not have to cut him. Ebukam signed with the Falcons. Is that new? Yes. Okay, I'm seeing that now. All right. So, Ebukam, I don't know. I know he's an edge, but for some reason I wasn't super into him. I'm sure he's going to be cheap, which is, nice. Greenlaw only played 8 games last year. Yeah, but didn't he miss most of the games that he missed at the start of the year when everybody knew he was going to miss? I don't feel like that was a surprise. Wait, Bryce Huff retiring? Hold on. Oh, wow. Okay, let's see. Now, I'm not seeing it yet. All right, it is now past 1 o'clock, by the way, so we're at the halfway point. So I know there aren't a lot of people here today. I know it's slow. I know people aren't super locked in. We're on day 4. But to those of you who are here, thank you. Please like the stream if you haven't already, wherever you're watching it. Give it a like when you have the opportunity. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're trying to get to 21,200 by the end of the week. We're, I think, like 20 short. And if you can go above and beyond that, I really would appreciate it. You can become a channel member, $2, $5, $15 a month. Super chatting is easy. You just do it in the chat. All donations are appreciated. If you can tip, there's the link in the description. You can tip through there. You can also pledge to the Patreon. A few different ways to support. Thank you. We're going to keep going for about another 4 hours here, and hopefully we get a little bit more movement. I'm going to do it today and tomorrow edits. Tomorrow's going to be the last day. Like, again, I understand why Denver fans are freaking out. They didn't win the Super Bowl last year, and they're not nearly as good as we are. And also, Denver's won one playoff game in the last decade plus, so it's a little different there. But I don't think Seahawks fans should be freaking out about anything right now. They should have made this. Well, yeah, but that was because the AFC was bad more than anything else. Like, I think Denver was pretty fraudulent last year, and maybe they were just good enough to make it in the crappy AFC, but I think they would have gotten destroyed in the Super Bowl. And I think that, just like the Patriots were frauds too, they would have been frauds as well. I blame the Jets. I think the Jets ruined everything by tagging Breece Hall. If Breece Hall was available, I think the Chiefs probably sign him instead. And maybe we get Walker at a reduced rate. Maybe Walker signs with some other team that allows us to get another decent running back. I think the Jets ruined everything. There's no reason why they should even really want Breece Hall. So I think the Jets are to blame for our admittedly not so great running back situation. Thoughts on Snead if he gets cut? That's not bad. That could be like a substitute Marlon Humphrey situation. Need's been pretty bad since he left Kansas City, though, so, you know, you could certainly have a debate of whether or not he still has anything left.
तुम पूरी तरह से सक्षम हो तुम्हारे
The Seahawks are world champs.
Discombobulated, thank you for the $50 tip. I appreciate that. Like I said, guys, I know it's slow today. I know it's slow. I'm not surprised that people are a little bit checked out right now, maybe even a little bit disappointed, but thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for your support. Well, our cornerback 3, if you're talking about outside corner, is, yeah, probably Pritchett, and that's not good, but I'm not worried about that. Because I think we were always drafting a corner. I've seen a couple people say Bryce Huff is retiring. I haven't seen that yet, but I've seen more than one person say it. Dolphins have signed Tutu Atwell. Tutu Atwell is gone. He was kind of interesting to me if we lost Shaheed, but obviously not now. Hmm. What position do you want drafted round 1? Probably corner. There are others that would be fine, but I'd say corner is probably where I am mostly. Colton Hood would be great. I'm not sure he's going to be there or not, but that would be the dream. Miami signed Marco Wilson. Miami's signing a lot of shitters. I don't think I had Wilson on my list. No, I did not. Did Thomas cost a comp pick? It doesn't seem like he did, but we don't know for sure until much later. I don't think he did. So do you take the Oregon safety in the first round, or do you go Hood or Brandon C? I think you have to take Hood if he's there, because he shouldn't be there. The NMN probably the same, and then Cisse's third place, because I feel like Cisse will be there. Is Jeff Okuda cooked? I don't know. I haven't heard his name in years, so I feel like he probably is. Hmm. Mm-mm. Oh, Cardinals released Evan Brown. He wasn't bad for them, I don't think. Oh, Jarek Reed went back to the Titans. Wouldn't have minded that. But obviously we wouldn't do it now because we got what's his name? Um Thomas. So fine. Evan Brown got released. We could bring him back. I mean, we don't need a backup center. We might need a backup left guard. So get Evan Brown to be the backup left guard if you don't trust Cable, Do, or Richmond. Maybe. What would we draft a running back? I don't know exactly. I mean, there are a few different reasonable options. Mike Washington's a lot of fun. Would you be okay with price at 32? That would be tough for me to really get excited for, but I wouldn't be really angry about it. I would just be like, that's really not what I was hoping for, and I mean, it wouldn't be like a Fetty or something like that. Yes, Bryce Huff is retiring. He was a 49er. Was he under contract with them, or was he a free agent? Does anybody know? Mike Washington makes me think of Darren McFadden. Yeah, I've seen the Bryce Huff thing now. Was he under contract with San Francisco or not? Oh. Yeah, Thomas is mostly just a special teamer. He has played on defense before, and he does bring some things to the table. He had 6 interceptions in his first 2 years, but he's not a good tackler. So there are problems. But he does play a lot on special teams, and I think that on that level, he's all right. Is there anyone that has gone that you wanted Seattle to sign? I mean, I would have loved to keep everybody because we just won the Super Bowl, except for maybe Mafe, but at the price that they went for, not really. It's going to be annoying if we get to the end of the year and we can't run the ball, but that would have happened anyway if Walker got hurt, and Walker gets hurt all the time. He had 1 year left on the deal, but no guaranteed money. Okay. So he was very possibly going to get cut, but he was, other than Bosa, who is coming off an ACL tear, he was their best pass rusher. Is George Kittle done? I mean, he's not going to start the season, I don't think, but he's saying he's not going to retire. He's probably never going to be the same again, but not ready to call it. Corbin Smith, Seattle really likes George Halani. The organization may feel like he is ready for an increased role. You know, it's kind of like I think people, and I include myself here, have PTSD. Because how many times did the Seahawks under Pete Carroll hype up some random dude, say, oh, he's ready for a bigger role, he's going to surprise people, and then the guy just does nothing. And it's easy to have trust issues. But this team under McDonald has done a pretty good job producing guys like that. Drake Thomas, Ty Okada, to a certain extent, Tyrese Knight. So maybe we got to roll with it. Oh, oh. Yeah, 2-2 to the Dolphins. I think they're just signing a bunch of one-year guys to get this season over with because they know this ain't the year. I don't think Halani's really I don't think of Halani as a power back, but I think he's just more than anything, I feel like he's like maybe a third down back. My favorite running back to draft would probably be Mike Washington because of the potential, but it's risky. Is Kenny McIntosh going to get any significant snaps? Right now, I would say yes, but we don't even know where he is in his rehab, by the way. For all we know, he's not going to be able to play this season. I don't know.
How we feeling about the Thomas deal? WSNT here.
Hey, Anthony, thank you. Well, we don't know what the money is yet, but it just seems like a special team in depth signing, and it's fine. It's fine. He's not a good tackler though, so he doesn't really fit Mike's defense, but he's mostly a special teamer. That's most of what he's done the last 2 years, and he's been pretty good at it. So, as near as I can tell anyway, so I'm okay. Hmm. And I don't think we lose a comp pick for it. So is Chris Johnson the first top 30 visit for the Seahawks? I believe he is. Do you like the Rodney Thomas signing? I mean, it's fine. I wouldn't say that I like it. It's not really a move that's meant to be liked, but it's fine. Lions linebacker Grant Stewart, 2 years, 5.05. So not insignificant, I guess. Drake Thomas and Greener don't play the same position. So I don't know how that's supposed to work. Do we have any practice squad players who might do anything? Yeah, but that's such a Hail Mary. I would not depend on that right now. Thomas, too. That's Rodney Thomas II, guys. Rodney Thomas II. Other than Halani, do we have any other non-injured running backs? I don't know. Not really. Not that's that big of a deal. Hey, Darius. The Rashad White one kind of hurt. I liked him, but so it goes. All right. Yeah, still caught up. Cowboys release Will Greer. I know that name, but I can't remember who he is. Isn't he a quarterback? Yeah, he's a quarterback. I remember. Oh, we did sign Cam Akers to a futures deal. Okay. And Velez Jones. Okay, that's not so bad, but man. Cardio right too. Okay. That's kind of nice. KJ Jefferson, I think he's selling used cars somewhere. Okay, I mean that's kind of nice, but it's still thin. Remember, Cam Akers had the injury that I don't think he ever got all the way back from. I think it was Achilles. Maybe it was ACL, but I think it was the Achilles. People do like Giardia, right? There could be something there. I'm not ruling it out, but it's certainly not very ambitious, I would say. Yeah, nobody would be stressed about anything if we still kept Walker. I will admit that, but that doesn't mean it would have been the right thing to do. Not that easy. Will a trade for running back affect comp picks? No, trades do not affect comp picks. If we extend Spoon and JSN, are we cooked on 2027 cap space? No, that's not how this works. Not worried about that.
So looking at RB room we have Akers, Wright, Poloni and of course Charbim, actually not too mad at it, especially if we draft one in the second round. Akers was a beast a couple of years ago.
Thank you, Big Bean. The issue with Akers is I don't feel like he's ever going to be the same after the injury he had. I think it might even be more than one injury now that I think about it. And again, it's just one of those things where it's just a little bit of stability, something that you know you can lean on would be nice. Especially because we're running the outside zone stuff, and I don't know if any of those running backs have the speed to run outside zone. Or both Achilles, yeah. Okay, yeah, we're still caught up, I think. Okay, 4.540. I mean, I mean, he can get to the outside on outside zone, but it's not ideal. Taking Washington at 32 would be a little bit tough to swallow, but I would kind of get it on some level because he has great upside. 64, I mean, I don't think you can go wrong there. I don't know where McIntosh is in his rehab. I haven't heard about him in months, so for all we know, he's not even going to be ready for this season. Is the move to trade back to the early second to grab Washington/Hood? I'd be very surprised if Hood was there in the early second, but I think you've got something there. The new 9.9 millionaire tax probably turns off a lot of free agents. I have wondered about that. It's not ideal. Like at the end of the day, even taking him at 32, it'd be a little bit shaky, but I would still be like, hey, the upside, man. I respect it. Mm. Mm. My understanding is that it's possible the millionaire's tax gets thrown out by the Supreme Court, but I don't know. Yeah, Price is the second best running back in this class, but he doesn't have the upside of Washington. Look, I mean, you can't be secure at every position. Running back is not a bad position to try to roll the dice at a little bit. I would certainly hope that running back 1 will not be Helani. That's a little too unambitious to me. I would have a hard time supporting that. No, in Power, I posted running back videos a couple weeks ago. I already did the running backs. So I don't really have anything to add to what I've already said. It's still not a great running back class, but there's going to be good players in it. Probably in this draft corner, but I'm open to edge as well. It depends on who's there. The thing is, rookie edges usually don't do that much. Rookie corners are more likely going to be able to help you. Emanuel Wilson. Oh, we got a running back, guys. Guys, we have ourselves a running back, Emanuel Wilson. And if you don't know who that is, don't feel bad. Worth up to 2.1, which may mean we don't get a comp pick. Have to worry about the comp pick situation either. Now, let's see. Okay, he's kind of he's a bigger guy, so this is kind of like a Charbonnet type. Had 500 yards each of the last 2 seasons. Did a little bit as a receiver, not a lot. Yeah, he's the Green Bay guy. Only averaged 4 yards a carry last year, but the previous year it was 4.9. Let me make sure of something here. He does do kick returns, not that we care that much about that. He's similar to A.J. Dillon. By the way, what happened to A.J. Dillon? I know he's still in the league, but I feel like he hasn't played in a million years. Wow, he was top 10 graded running back in football in 2024. Last year he was graded not well, but passably, whatever. He was not on my list, but looking at it, it's not bad. For 2.1 million, which I don't think costs us a comp pick. All right, guys, 1 second. All right, people, we got ourselves another Seattle Seahawk move, and this is, at the very least, it's the kind of move that the Seahawks fans have been waiting for. I don't know if they specifically wanted this move, but this is a running back. It is Emanuel Wilson, formerly of the Green Bay Packers. He has been signed by the Seahawks, a 1-year deal worth up to 2.1 million. So very cheap, very reasonably priced. Basically the same cost as Brandon Peely, same general area as the guys near the very bottom of the free agency list. So not big money, probably very little guaranteed. If you find out later he's not what you're looking for, you can easily let him go. So there's not a big commitment here, but we have ourselves a running back. Now, Emanuel Wilson, if you don't know who that is, don't feel too bad because he's not a big-time player, but he's had about 500 rushing yards and close to 600 scrimmage yards in each of the last 2 seasons behind Josh Jacobs on the Green Bay Packers. He's actually been pretty good. He averages about 4.5 yards a carry over those last 2 years. He's had over 100 carries in each of the last 2 years, so he's played a non-trivial role in that Green Bay offense. So he's in the mix, man. He's in the mix, and he is NFL caliber. He is clearly NFL caliber, producing decently in that Green Bay offense. He's a little bit of a bigger guy. He's listed at 5'10" and 225 pounds, so it's kind of a Charbonnet type situation. A little bit more Charbonnet-like. You have a bigger back that is not necessarily going to be the fastest, but with what we know about Charbonnet, we do need somebody to replace him, at least temporarily. Also, my understanding is that this will not affect the compensatory pick game because his deal is going to be so cheap. It's only 2.1 million. At most, I don't believe that affects the comp pick game, and I don't believe he's played enough to affect the comp pick game either. Well, we'll see about that one because I know he's played some football, but Emanuel Wilson, he is an NFL running back, and at this point, there isn't a big difference between the running backs that are available. Like, is Emanuel Wilson not as good as Brian Robinson? Yeah, probably, but is there a big difference there? No, I don't think so. Is there a big difference between Emanuel Wilson and somebody like what's the guy's name from Tampa Bay? No, the Tampa Bay guy got signed, excuse me, but is there a big difference between Emanuel Wilson and somebody like Cam Akers, who I think we still have kicking around? Not necessarily. Is there a big difference between him and A.J. Dillon? Is there a big difference between him and any random running back you could pick off the list right now? I don't think so. So, I will see you guys later. Go Hawks. But Emanuel Wilson, welcome to the Seahawks. 1 year up to 2.1 million. We'll see. But we got a running back now, and we know he can play at least some. He had a 107-yard game last year. I didn't know that. All right. So I'm down with that. 1-year deal. Yes. Somebody in the chat said he's a little faster than Charbonnet. That'd be nice. A little easier to get to the outside on those zone runs. And Halani's a smaller back. He's a little bit more of a K9 type than a Charbonnet type. So Halani and Wilson could be like a super diet Walker and Charbonnet. And don't get me wrong, super, super diet, but at least you're kind of thinking it through, you know? It feels like there's some thought going into it here, even if we're not getting the greatest players in the world. Okay, so I can confirm, according to Curtis Allen, we do not lose a comp pick because of Wilson. So we're keeping our comp picks in place. And looking at Rodney Thomas, it looks like that does not cost a comp pick either. So I think we're good. Man, we actually signed a running back and we still only have 250 people in here. People are checked out. Hold on. Let me grab. So Emanuel Wilson played 17 games last year and 17 games the year before. And he was active for both playoff games Green Bay has played. So he has never, and well, not never, but in the last 2 years, he has not gotten hurt once. He has not missed a game. So 2023, he only played in 7 games, but that might have been because he was a rookie. Sure. Yeah, we signed a running back and nobody came in here. Usually when we do something, the chat like doubles or triples in people. Well, he wasn't. I don't think he was released. He just wasn't tendered. And maybe it's the same difference. I didn't know that. They probably don't know who he is. Granted, but that's why you come here, so you can find out. Oh well, not a big deal. Wicked. Okay. So running back room, Halani, rookie X, Wilson, and then eventually Charbonnet. I mean, it's not as good as last year, but it can work. I'm not against it. Others are saying RFAs don't count. All right. I mean, That might be true too. Yeah, 2 years, I mean, 1 year, 2 million can't be, can't be bad. I mean, there can't be, it can't possibly be a problem. So at this point, I think we're just talking about edge rusher, and that may not be done until after the draft, honestly. So, and it may not be done till August. So I don't know what to expect at this point, guys. I mean, I don't want to say it because I still have 3 hours almost today and then tomorrow, but there may not be much happening. It doesn't cost a comp. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. All right. And I guess Macintosh is still lingering as well. And I guess Jacardia Wright could get involved. But we can't carry all those running backs, Mr. Bill, is the thing. Like, we have to pick the ones, like, the 3 guys that we like. And I think I know who that is. I think Achan's off the table now. I think we can forget about that. I don't think that you sign. As weird as this sounds, I don't think you would have signed Wilson if you were planning on trading for Achan. It's not going to be as good as last year, but hopefully it's good enough. Yeah, he's more of a Charbonnet than anything, I think. He's a bigger back. He's like 225. Okay, Alquadin Mohammed does go to Tampa, which was expected since yesterday, I think, but I think that is new. Hold on. PB. One-year deal worth $6 million. Okay. So Muhammad comes off the tier list. Okay, punch it in, people. Jaquan Brisker must be asking for a lot of money. Yeah. He's a safety too. I know safeties can often feel a little bit replaceable. Alquadin Mohammed has had the strangest career arc I've ever seen, by the way. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, guys. I'll be back soon. We'll see if anything else happens today, but there is part of me that kind of feels like this might be where things stop until after the draft, honestly, more or less. Like maybe we re-sign Cody White or something, but I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I don't think anything happened. Let me see. Diet Jordan Mason. Emanuel Wilson, by the way. That can't be right, C Squawker. I'm pretty sure he's fumbled double-digit times. Yeah, I didn't miss anything. Emanuel Wilson had 125 yards on 30 touches in a game last year. So a lot of people are going to be clinging on to that. 2 touchdowns as well. Somehow I didn't know about this guy. Like, well, I mean, I knew he existed, but I didn't know he was a free agent. He wasn't on my list. I feel like I missed on this one. Like, if I had known about his numbers and the fact that he was a free agent, I would have mentioned it. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. No, Elijah, this is a 1-year deal. I don't think this changes anything as it pertains to the draft. Does this cost us a comp pick? Looks like no. If I had to guess, I would say it does not, based on everything I'm hearing. I feel like Wilson's a little bit better than competition. I think he's pretty clearly a better player than Cam Akers at this point. I think he's pretty clearly better than Jacardia Wright. Not that we know much about Jacardia Wright. I imagine that Charbonnet is not going to be back for a while, so I'm not even really thinking about that element of it. If Charbonnet comes back and helps us this year, great, but I'm thinking about things with the framing of don't expect anything from Charbonnet, build the team that can win with Charbonnet giving you nothing. And I think we can do it. Yeah, I mean, it is a good signing. I don't think he's as good as Rashad White, but he's also probably cheaper than Rashad White. Man, the Broncos fans on my TL are crashing out. They're going to win like 9 or 10 games this year. I don't think there's anything wrong with assuming that Emanuel Wilson is just some guy until he gives you bigger production. There are a lot of guys who are capable of doing what he did in a couple of games. I do think there's a little more upside here than there are on some guys, but I'm not going to go crazy with it. Would you ever view Charbonnet as the feature back? Probably not in this offense. Not in this offense. This offense needs a different skill set for a featured back. Winning 9 or 10 games ain't that bad. It is when you won 14 the year before and you still didn't win the Super Bowl. Becomes very frustrating. Apparently, Wilson's also not a fumbler. If you had to guess on what running back we will draft, what would you guess? Singleton, I guess, if I had to guess. I feel like we'll be pushed away from Washington because he fumbles. Do the Broncos have good draft picks? Well, they almost made the Super Bowl, so they're not that good. How about the Colts guy? He's pretty much a special teams guy, which we needed, so I don't have a beef with it, but he's a special teamer. To my knowledge, Emanuel Wilson does not count against comp picks because he's not getting enough money for that, and he was restricted and they released him, which also may factor in, but I'm pretty sure it does not count against comp picks. No, I did not mention Emanuel Wilson in my free agency primer videos. There are a lot of running backs is the thing, so I know I'm not going to be able to get to all of them, but he was one I didn't get to. Yeah, I saw the Starling Thomas thing. That was earlier. The Starling Thomas, I remember him in the draft a little bit. Can we get money details on Josh Jones, by the way? It really shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, I'm sure we'll draft a running back still. I would be very surprised if we didn't draft a running back. Just as angels embrace heavenly cruelty, young boys step forth and become legendary. Yeah, I know Packers fans liked him a lot. We did sign a safety, and we re-signed Finley, so we might be good, honestly. I don't know if we sign an edge rusher. Maybe we wait. Maybe we wait for after comp pick stuff to get tossed out. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Mike Washington thing, fumbles can be fixed unless you have like really short arms or something. Hmm. Are vet minimum different for every position? No, it varies based on the player's level of NFL experience. The more they've played, the bigger the vet min amount is. Um, Pinkney, people keep saying that, but I haven't seen that anywhere. Like anywhere real, but I've seen people say it's the 4.75, but I don't know where that comes from. That's probably close to what it is, but I haven't seen confirmation from like any of the big players. Yeah, the picks that we get in compensatory are for next year, which is better because next year's draft will be way better than this one. No, I don't see anything about 4.75 on Spotrac or OTC, so I'm not gonna assume that. No, I don't see it. Ooh, Calvin Austin off the board to the New York Giants. I think I had him on my board. Hold on. Maybe I didn't. I knew of him for sure. Yes, I did. Okay. Yeah. Uh, all right, Calvin Austin off the board. Not that we wanted him anymore because he's a wide receiver. And there are still some pretty high-profile players that haven't come off the board. I'm surprised. Okay, 4.5 million for Calvin Austin. Wow. I didn't think he was going to get that. Yeah, right now we're going to have 12. It looks like we're going to have like 12 picks. Now, we might use those picks to trade during the season, but that's fine. What grade would you give the Wilson signing? I mean, it's basically no risk and there's upside, so I think you just give it an A. Like I know it's not a big deal, but for no risk and significant reward, like what are you going to say about it? So, yeah, I got it. Oh, Tony Adams. All right, there we go. Yeah, I heard about the James Pierce thing, but the league is still probably going to crack down on him. Okay, Tony Adams. He was actually on the list. I knew of him. I think we also lost a pick when we traded for Roy Robertson Harris or something. Yeah, that might have been Roy Robertson Harris. No, we have no comp picks this year, which isn't surprising. Think of all the free agents we signed last year. Arnold, D-Law, Cup, although I think Cup got released, so maybe he didn't count. There were a couple others too, right? Like MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Yeah, we haven't traded any picks for next year's draft, and I think we also have an extra one in there somewhere for like the Nick Harris trade, maybe. I can't remember for sure, but something like that. No. I'm talking about 2027. We didn't trade any 2027 picks for Shaheed. One second. Okay, but Demon, Tia, Pinky, where did you get that from? Like, I see you've said that a couple times, but like, I didn't see that on Spotrac or OTC. I didn't see it from Corbin or Brady Henderson. Like, where is that from? Like, if I'm not seeing it from any of them, I don't know if I can buy it. Okay, nothing in the last few minutes here. All right, guys, we got about a minute. I'm sorry, an hour and 45 minutes left on stream. So I know that things are pretty slow right now, not a lot going on, but thanks for hanging out. We're going to go until about 5. I don't know if I mean the frenzy is over, sure. But there are good players left, better than you would typically expect to still be available. So I don't think we can tune out yet. I still have more viewers than DSP does right now, apparently, so I can't be doing that badly. Can we see the tier list? Yeah. I mean, at this point, I almost could get rid of everything except for edge rushers. Hey, Miles. The top 5 players left, look on the screen. If you're talking about for the Seahawks, it's a bunch of edge rushers. The Clownies, the Von Millers, the Cam Jordans, the Dante Fowlers, etc., etc. Yes, Darkside Phil. Becton was really bad last year, so I don't know. Hey, say whatever you want to say about Bosa. He's going to get some money eventually. I just don't think it should be us because he's a 4-3 guy. All right, Kyler. Okay, Kyler. Welcome to Minnesota. Probably Vetmin, but we don't know yet. Kyler Murray is a mini Viking. It looks like. Are you satisfied with free agency? It's fine. I'm not going to act like I'm super excited yet, but I think stuff is coming. And I understand. And most of the things that were done, I didn't want to do. Yep. 1-year deal with the Vikings. Probably vet minimum, but we'll find out. Wow. Everybody's tweeting about it nonstop. It is Vetmin? Okay. I'll just put 2 million up. Yeah, I didn't know Emanuel Wilson was a free agent either. Thanks. Usually it's like 3 or 4 third rounders, I think. I don't know, Cloudy. It's weird. I don't know why Green Bay wouldn't keep him either. I mean, we could get. I don't see why we couldn't get both, but I imagine Clowney would be preferable. He's a little bit more of a McDonald style player. We signed a running back and a safety. We also re-signed Brandon Peely and we re-signed Brady Russell. That's today. If you want to know about the previous days, we re-signed Job, Shaheed, Josh Jones, Chris Stoll, Bobo's tendered, and we re-signed AJ Finley. Oh, Denzel Perriman still in the league. Okay. It's not going to expand that much because you can only have a couple of down linemen on the field at once, and our down linemen are really, really good. So it'll expand some, but not that much, Eddie, I don't think. Also, Mills isn't a nose tackle, so it's not like he can force his way on the field like that. What's Wilson like? He's like Jordan Mason, is the way one person put it. Bigger guy, heavier guy. Hmm. Hmm. I don't think Reed's retiring. He would have, I think he would have retired I think we would know if he had done that. Oh, Dylan Radunz re-signed with the Saints? Let me see. I don't see that, but that would make sense. I mean, I could see that. Yeah, he's about the same size as Charbonnet. It's a good signing. It could work out pretty well. Yeah, I don't see anything about Dylan Radunz yet, but I'd see it. Yeah, people talking about Dylan Radunz. Maybe it's getting pushed off my timeline because of all the Kyler stuff, but I still don't see it. Huh. All right. Well, I'll keep an eye out. All right. Hi, Kylan Granson. I don't know who that is. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, Cowboys released Will Greer. We knew about that. Mickey Loomis announced the signing. All right. Ugh. Well, I mean, what else is he gonna say, right? He signed with him. What's he gonna say? We suck, but it is what it is. Like, I don't know. Mm. Ooh, DJ GJ, the most hated man in all of football. And I'm not going to put his whole name up on screen, so we're just going to go CJ DJ. One year worth up to $6 million. I think everybody in the league hates him for some reason, and I don't totally know why. Wilson doesn't play special teams, it looks like. From what I saw, he doesn't really play special teams, so probably not. Are the Seahawks going cheaper to preserve their comp picks? I think that's part of it. Ooh, DeAnthony Bell. DeAnthony Bell's back, baby. We got another one. I don't think I'm going to make a video for that one because it's almost the end of the day anyway, but... So now we have a fifth safety. Probably very cheap. Again, no comp pick consideration should be here. Yeah, it's for special teams. This makes R. Thomas a PS candidate. Well, I mean, we did give him a contract, but that's possible. Yeah. All right, I'll make a video, whatever. All right, everybody, what is going on? Good afternoon. We are winding down the day here, just like another hour or so on stream, and the Seahawks made another move, and it's another small move. It's another move that isn't necessarily going to move the needle, but it tells you where the priorities of this team really are and how much they care about something like special teams. And after a season where the fact that they really care about special teams and their primary rival did not, ended up swinging the season, it makes sense why they did that. And it makes sense why they continue to do that. So I can't argue with it, but the Seahawks have signed DeAnthony Bell. And if that name sounds familiar to you, it's because he was a Seahawk last year. We did eventually let him go. And he signed with, it was either the Browns or the Titans. I can't remember for sure. But we did not have him on the roster when we won the Super Bowl. But he is a... Excuse me. He does provide some value in terms of special teams. Sorry about that, by the way. I had to sneeze. Ugh. But yeah, he was not on the team at the end of the year last year, but when he was here, did a lot of special teams work, which is most of his positive rep. He did play a little bit defensively because players got hurt. We had a lot of safety injuries last year, and he did play a little bit defensively. I think he had a sack for us. It wasn't bad or anything. He can do that stuff, but for the most part, when you think about DeAnthony Bell, you think about him as a special teamer. So he is back for that. Certainly cannot argue with that. However, it is kind of interesting, right? Because you've got Julian Love and Ty Okada. Those are probably your starting safeties. And then you've got AJ Finley, Thomas, and now Bell as your backups. That's 5 safeties. Can this team carry 5 safeties? Keeping in mind that it looks like they're going to also have 5 defensive linemen and 3 quarterbacks and possibly 4 running backs for all we know. It's a little bit difficult. They can save a little bit of space by only carrying like maybe 8 offensive linemen or something. I could see that in play, but it's going to be a little bit tricky to get all these guys on the roster. And while you can just stash them on the practice squad, we are giving them contracts with at least a little bit of guaranteed money in it. So it implies that we're hoping we can carry them on the 53-man. So I don't know exactly how they're going to balance this. Maybe there's some other move coming. Maybe they don't view Julian Love as completely indispensable. I don't know. So we'll see what happens, but In a vacuum, there's nothing wrong with DeAnthony Bell. He's a special teamer and a good one, and we really value that around here. All right, I'm out of here. Go Hawks. I don't know what the money is on the deal yet, by the way, but it doesn't really matter. It's going to be very, very little. All right, go Hawks. Is Emanuel moving to cornerback? He kind of already has. It will cost us very little to cut these guys later, by the way. I think that is important to keep in mind. It's not ideal, but you can do it. Thoughts on moving Spoon to safety? I mean, not going to do it right now. There may come a time. Does he take more or less physical abuse at safety compared to corner? He's already kind of small. We're probably not going to get JSN and Spoon extensions for a while because we don't like to do them early in the off season. I wish we would, but that's not how we do things. We released Tyler Hall. Huh. I forgot we had him. No disrespect to Tyler Hall. See? Seahawks do stuff late in the day pretty often. Although, generally, not as much as we're used to. Oh, DeAnthony Bell was on the Panthers. That's right. Okay. Cardinals sign Elijah Wilkinson. Did I have him on the board? I feel like I did. Maybe not. I feel like I listed that yesterday, though. Yeah, there we go. Dylan Reduns. All right. He gets a ring. I'll bet he gets. I wonder if he gets a ring, though. No, Finley's a corner, I think. Top available? Okay. He doesn't get a ring? That doesn't seem fair. Yeah, we didn't cut Derek Hall. Come on, people. I didn't really think any of the thing of that are white. I didn't really get anything out of that. What's wrong with Trevon Diggs? Like everything? Steelers signed some dude I've never heard of, Azizi Otomiwo. Isn't an otomi like an instrument? It looks a little like an ocarina. I think there's an instrument called an otomi. Do you think Tam Kaler Britt is a McDonald kind of guy? I don't know. I feel like it's a little more than we need, though. We don't need somebody that high profile and good and expensive. A lot of signs alls out. Yeah, they're all minor ones, but yeah, there is some stuff going on here. The Seahawks have 3 cornerbacks on the roster. Luckily, they're 3 ones that are pretty nice to have. But it does show that we still need some depth. Mm. Tyler Hawley's a cornerback. Does the 3 counting men worry? I don't think it does. I think they're looking at him as like a utility player. Yeah, I just don't know how we carry 5 defensive linemen. How do we carry 5 defensive linemen and 5 safeties? So I feel like something else is happening. Or maybe these low-level guys we get cut eventually and we lose a couple 100,000. It doesn't matter. Hmm. Ooh, we got it. Jaquan Brisker, Steelers. Jaquan Brisker goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's one of the best guys I had left on the board. Okay, Pitt. Brisker. We don't know any of the contract details yet. But Brisker is off the board. Okay, so that's probably going to be one of the bigger pulls. Okay. Well, Brisker was clearly off the table for us now. Steelers are going to have the most expensive defense in the league and rank like 21st. Because that's just what happens, I guess. Yeah, clearly misfit, or else I guess they'd be signed by now. But I just went with what Spotrac did, guys. Don't look at me. I didn't do this. I just rolled with whatever they said and figured they knew better than me. I think Bosa will get paid significant money, though. 1 year, $5.5 million for Brisker. That's pretty good, man. Steelers are doing nice, in my opinion. Although I don't love the Pittman thing. I think Pittsburgh's doing well with some of these decisions. No, Bosa's not a Seahawk. Yeah, I would take Ebiketie for sure if it's not going to cost a comp pick. I might even do it if it does cost a comp pick. I don't have time to put together my own free agency board. I'd have to think about way too many things. Jonah Williams signed with the Cardinals. Why did I think Jonah Williams was the name of a tackle? Bell does not count against the comp pick formula, apparently, so we don't have to worry about that either. I think we're keeping all 4 picks at this point. There's no reason why we wouldn't. Snyder confirms Rodney Thomas signing with the Seahawks. Okay. When do you start looking at the draft? Well, I already have. I posted a bunch of videos a couple weeks ago talking about the draft. So believe me, I already am. Ron Shield, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, yeah. I don't think we're going to get to keep a lot of those safeties. Yeah, it doesn't feel like the Steelers are going crazy with the spending. They're one of the teams that is waiting for reasonable deals. And for the most part, I except maybe Pittman. I don't know if Pittman should have gotten 20 mil a year, but I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe one of those guys moves to corner. Maybe we move one of our safeties to corner. What's the critical date for comp picks not being influenced? I guess it's actually the day after the draft. I thought it was June 1st. But I guess it's after the draft. Yeah, Brisker was way cheaper than I thought, but clearly that's not really what we're not something that we were coveting all that highly. Connor Hayward, a fullback, has signed with the Raiders, 2 years, $6 million. Okay. 39 minutes left. I don't think anyone signed Ebiketie. My knowledge, he is still available. Oh yeah, Connor Hayward's brother is Cam Hayward. That makes sense. Can we trade a quarterback for draft picks? I wouldn't be against it, but you're not going to get a lot for a Drew Lock. No, I don't think they're going to trade Burrow. Why would they spend all this money on defenders and then trade Burrow? Oh. I don't think you're getting much for Drew Lock. He's had opportunities in this league, and it just hasn't been that great. So I wouldn't expect much. I'd rather keep him, and maybe later somebody gets desperate. Yeah, if we can't run the ball, I don't think this works, but, you know, that's one of the risks we're taking. Every team takes risks. This is our risk. In a salary cap league, you got to take risks. Mm-mm. 'Alright, we are chilling, guys. We got 34 minutes. Or 150 for JSN seems about right. The spoon one's a little big. Actually, the JSN one might even be a little bit light. The spoon one seems like a little much. I'm sure we're going to still draft a running back. I would be very surprised if we didn't. Top 4 NFL head coaches all time? I don't know. I don't know. Never really thought about that. Ugh. Yeah, I think Spoon is probably more important than JSN, but at the same time, Spoon is a little injury prone and JSN is not. So that has to be factored in here a little bit. I'm a PlayStation, Nathan. Yeah, things are chill. 25 minutes. I didn't feel I think I did, Gonzo. Did I not? Yeah, I did. I made a video with Rodney Thomas. I'm gonna get off in like what, 20 minutes? What's the difference? Very true. Maybe that'll happen again. Yeah, I don't think we're getting Brian Robinson anymore. I think we found a cheaper option that might be better. I don't know if it is. They're different players, but, you know. No, I'm gonna stream with the Hawks next week like we normally do. Yep, I'm not seeing anything happen. Corbin. Oh, okay. So Tyson Prince is the new quarterback coach. He was the assistant quarterback coach last year, so certainly nothing wrong with it. Do you think Emanuel Wilson will be the starter? I'd say he could be. And the reason why I say that is because I think he's an early down player. But it would not shock me if the rookie X gets more carries. Well, say whatever you want. I mean, Waldron was way better here than he was in Chicago, right? Or, yeah, Chicago. Waldron actually did okay here. And then he went to Chicago, and it was just endless diarrhea. Jonathan Jones, 1-year deal with the Eagles. He may have been on my list. I don't remember. No, he wasn't. Yeah, Jonathan Jones signed with the Eagles. I think he's really small. Definitely do not want him. Wow, Jake Browning's fiance is pretty hot. Huh, what do you know? Okay, nothing going on, people. $30-second pick and haul for Crosby. There's no way we're going to be able to pull that off. That would be amazing.
Wascott Brendan offseason feels great. Hope everything good, keep doing your thing, but had to ask, are you okay with John letting go multiple starters?
Thank you, Tall Assassin. And yeah, of course. It was always, we were never going to be able to keep everybody. That was never going to happen. That's not how this works. We have our core, and it's hard to keep guys outside the core long term. Oh, and also it looks like John Benton is now a senior offensive assistant, so he got promoted as well as being the offensive line coach. It also looks like Jake Peets is on some level a quarterback coach now too. So we have 2 quarterback coaches.
Hurts sometimes when you want to repeat, 100 emoji, #GoHawks.
Yeah, I understand that, Tall Assassin. But unfortunately, there's our In the salary cap era, you just can't keep the whole team together. Tyson Prince was our assistant quarterback coach last year in Power. He's getting promoted because we lost Janako, I think. Tom Tang, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. No, we wouldn't have to give him that big a portion of the salary cap. All right, I'm going to go ahead and record the wrap-up video, and then we will be done for the day. All right, everybody, what's going on? Good late afternoon, swinging into the evening. Day number 4 is over, and it was mixed. It was mixed because, again, we actually had a lot of stuff happen, and the Seahawks actually did quite a few things, but pretty much everything that happened today was kind of small. Jaquan Brisker finally got signed by the Steelers, and the Jonathan Allen got signed by, I think it was Washington. I can't even remember who signed Jonathan Allen, but for the most part, a lot of the stuff that happened was kind of low key under the radar, and everything the Seahawks did was low key and under the radar and just kind of quiet. So it's obviously not really going to move the needle. I don't think anybody out there is going to say, well, I hated the offseason before, now I love it, or the opposite. So today was a couple of different things. It was another day where the team showed you how much they care about special teams because 3 things that happened. We had Brady Russell. Brady Russell re-signed on a 2-year deal. We don't know the money, but he's one of our key special teamers. He might be our best cover guy on special teams. And he's also somebody who provides depth at some other positions, even if it's not great depth. So we'll see. He's kind of our Nick Bellore now. So Brady Russell, re-signed him, 2-year deal. You had Thomas, excuse me, Thomas the second from Indianapolis, the safety. Shoot, Rashad Thomas. I'm sorry, I'm not really familiar with him, so I may have messed up on what his first name is. That's my bad, but I don't want to pause the video right now to go figure it out. So Thomas, 1-year deal. We don't know the money there yet. He has played on defense before for the Colts, but he is mostly a special teamer. So he's definitely being brought in for those purposes. And then another safety, DeAnthony Bell, who we've had before. He was here last year, and we know that DeAnthony Bell is a special teamer. He can play a little bit on defense. He has his moments. He's capable of being successful there. So it's not like it's just complete special teams, but he is, for the most part, an excellent special teamer and not really all that much else than that. So that was kind of the focal point today. And that's obviously not really going to get anybody too excited, but it's an important part. And when you think about it, the team They just had a season where they won the Super Bowl in part because their primary rivals did not value special teams enough, and their team did. We beat the Rams twice last year at the end of the season. Both games swung heavily on special teams. So they care. Other than that, you had Brandon Peely, re-signed him, which surprised me because I didn't think we had room for another interior defensive lineman. But it's 1 year, $2 million. So if he ends up getting released later, it doesn't really matter. It's like a couple $100,000 probably. So that's probably all it is. And we are going to need way more than 53 players for the offseason. And I know that some people like Peely. I know that there are some people in the organization that like Peely. But I didn't think he was going to come back just because of the Riley Mills stuff. With him looking good in that Super Bowl, I thought we were going to ride with that. You had Wilson, the running back from Green Bay, which is actually a Emanuel Wilson, 1 year, $2 million. That kind of got people excited because you look at it, he's actually a pretty good player. He had some success in Green Bay as the backup to Josh Jacobs, had about 1,000 rushing yards combined over the last 2 seasons, and he genuinely was effective for them. He's a bigger back. He's like 225. Maybe he's got a tiny bit more burst than Charbonnet, but he's very Charbonnet-like to me. I think this is a signing to give us an adequate Charbonnet replacement for half a season and maybe the whole season and allow Charbonnet time to get back. So on that level, it's great. 1 year, $2 million. And I believe that he will be able to fill that role. And when you think about it, you've got Wilson and you've got Halani. And Halani is kind of like a really, really stripped down version of Walker. Wilson is a really, really stripped down version of Charbonnet. So you have a very, very diet version of what you had last year. I understand the players are probably almost certainly not as good, but at the very least, you're trying to match things up to where things make sense. So that was that. The Wilson thing, I think we might be done at running back until the draft. We're probably going to draft a running back, and then we rock with Halani, Wilson, and rookie, and then you've got some other guys who can kick around as running back 4, and hopefully that's enough. And then finally, we released a Tyler Hall cornerback. So we don't have a lot of cornerbacks right now, so keep an eye on that. But to me, I think the team might be done with free agency until after the draft, so they don't have to lose their comp picks. Because as of right now, everybody they signed today is not expected to lose the team any comp picks. So therefore, they have all 4 of their compensatory 2027 picks, which is probably a 4th and 3/5. So they cherish that. And yeah, I think that they might. I don't think they're done because I think they might re-sign Cody White tomorrow. Maybe they consider re-signing Derek Young instead. One of those two. I think they could find another like really, really low level cornerback to pick up. But in terms of actually moving the needle, I think they're done because they want to preserve those comp picks. And at this point, I get it because, again, you wait 6 weeks after the draft, you can get players that are, if we're being straight honest, not that much better or worse than what you can get right now, and you save your comp picks. What's the difference? It's not like we have training camp or preseason in the next month and a half. That's months and months away. There are guys we probably want to sign like Jadeveon Clowney and Von Miller and Cam Jordan who don't want to sign until August. So therefore, I think that it makes sense for the team to chill. I'm expecting 1 or 2 things tomorrow. And to me, the more interesting thing tomorrow than even what the Seahawks are going to do, because I think everything is going to be pretty chill now, and they're going to save their money for the ring-chasing edge rushers when those guys want to sign. I want to see where some of these top-level free agents go. Guys like Joey Bosa, guys like Wyatt Teller, Arnold Ebiketie, who's a guy the Seahawks should probably look at if his price continues to go down. Leonard Floyd, Geno Stone, Donovan Wilson, AJ Epinesa. there's still some pretty good players out there, and I want to see who's going to make it to post-draft. But, yeah, today the Seahawks did a lot. I know it doesn't feel like it amounted to a lot, but I do think they're taking care of the business they need to take care of in order to put themselves in a good position. So, yeah, the team is probably not going to be as good as they were in 2025. And some people are going to be unable to not be disappointed about that. And I know we're going to be sitting on a lot of cap space that's going to make people scratch their head. But at the end of the day, I think they've done a pretty decent job of not compromising their position while at least giving the team a chance. To me, the one position where things are clearly destitute is edge, and there is plenty of time and a lot of players they can get to change that. All right, I'm going to go and get out of here. I think that's a good rundown of the day. It was chill, but it also wasn't chill because the team actually did quite a bit. All right, everyone have a good rest of your day. Go Hawks. See you guys tomorrow. All right, guys, I'm out of here. 5 o'clock. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry the day was a little bit dull, but we move.